Heavenly Father, we just come to you today to ask you to watch over this commission meeting, help these commissioners to make the decisions that are good for our county, and watch over all of our county workers as they go through their business this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay. Mark? I reviewed the minutes and would make a motion that we approve them.
Second.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye. All right.
There's two for Danny to sign there. Got a couple things to get started. Deb Bruner has given me the appraisal rolls for real estate and personal property, so that we can get started working toward budgets and know what evaluation is. And PBD requires that the commission sign off on these two sheets, accepting the real property and personal property rolls. So we could get a motion to accept those, and if you guys can sign off on them. There's 2 pages there, sorry.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And our real estate values were up again. We don't have state assessed yet, so I don't know where we're gonna come in on that, but I should have that by the 15th of June. So in a couple of weeks, I can let you know about where we are on all the values. And I have the bills.
Does everybody sign this? There's 3 spots.
Yeah, go ahead, and there's 2 pages there.
The first one, second.
Claims an amount of $612,424.71.
Second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, and I've got some other things worked up for you for later in the meeting, and then wait till we get to that point.
Is that all you had?
That's it for now.
Gary, you got anything you want to get up table right from the start?
David, did you distribute that letter?
I did not.
I would like to go ahead and send that officially. This is a letter to the building
Okay.
people, asking them to do some redesign to get the
2-page letter.
get
I
the
think I've
code
got 3
process.
copies of it.
I sent it out to you last week. I only heard back from one of you, so I didn't,
Yeah.
I haven't sent it yet.
Okay.
But I would like to get, so they want to talk this morning,
On.
want me to call them.
Okay. Is Larry or is it somebody, the other ones?
No, I haven't heard from Larry. This is,
He's gone.
this is River City. Joe Seymour's the one that
Yeah.
I talked to this morning.
Do we want to?
I just wanted, if that letter expresses your intent, then I just
Oh,
need,
yeah, okay, I've already
need
read it. Here, I'll let you
just need a motion to sign it.
I've read it too, yeah. I'll make a motion to sign this letter.
If you all decide.
I'll
one
second
shot
that.
there.
of the-
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Moving second, all in
Sorry.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do you want to go ahead and read?
And that was for the Linn
Read it?
County Justice Center, Government Center project to Goldberg and to River City. Is that what we're signing?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Do you want me to read this out?
You can either read it or just give Jackie a copy of it or whatever.
You'd rather have a copy, wouldn't you?
Gary, do we need more than one original signed, or?
No, I just, if you could scan it in, I'll just email it to them, so they'll have it this morning.
I don't have anything here to do it when I get back over there. I
Okay. Can they do that in here, you reckon?
can, they could, yeah.
Okay, I'll ask them to do that. I'll make a copy for Jackie, that way you don't have to read both of them.
So just to let everybody know what we're talking about, it's a letter to River City Construction and Goldberg about the Linn County Justice Center and the Government Center project, or the government project. We had came back to them and told them that we wanted to, after careful review and discussion, might as well just read it. I'll say the wrong thing. So, after careful review and discussion, the commissioners have decided to reject the proposed GMP, which is the greatest maximum price, and to instruct our architect and construction managers to prepare and amend design of the Justice Center facility that reduces the scope enough to bring the project within the commissioners, or within what the commissioners believe is the maximum possible price for the facility, around $18 million. So, and then it kind of just goes on to describe, some more stuff. So, like what was in the polls and stuff like that. So, did we already signed everything?
Yeah, I'm waiting for her to scan it in, though.
I don't need to mail that, then you're just sending that to them.
I thought you probably should go ahead and send them a hard copy.
Okay,
So,
we'll do that this afternoon, run over that.
You get to leave after all those are checked off.
yep,
Anything else right now?
nothing else, you can't wait till.
All right. Morning, everybody. Galen, you want to go ahead and come on and tell us how everything's going?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response Ambulance Service. Transport number wise, for the last 7 days, we're at 11 ambulance transports. And for the month to date, we're right around 51 transports, so a little bit slower than most months have been, but not too surprising with considering everything going on. So next week I'll have the monthly reporting with the different breakdowns by city and things like that for you. I'm working with AMR's finance department to work on our potential bids so that we're ready once the details of the RFP comes out. And I was just wondering if you guys have a timeline on that.
I have not done anything other than look up the one we did last time, so I don't have anything prepared to go out yet, but we need to get that done pretty quickly.
You expect it to look pretty much like it did last time?
Unless there's something you guys are wanting to change in it.
Is there anything anybody wants to add or
You want to send that around?
change?
Email it?
We
back?
talked about the mileage, removing that or changing it. Mike, what do you?
Well, the thought from the original commission, which was years before I was here, was that they didn't want any buses here or any ambulances here that were way down on the end of their life, and these things are fleet maintained, and
Right.
when we were younger, 100,000-mile vehicle was gone and shot, and now that's about when I'm starting to look to buy one, at 100,000 miles. So we expect the vehicles around 250,000, 300,000 miles.
Well,
Being fleet maintained, I've got a fleet maintained truck that's probably pushing 400,000 miles, and that I purchased off of fleet maintained. So I don't think it's necessary personally, and I think that should reflect in the RFQ that we don't have to have the new buses, so we can.
right.
and we got a spare one to boot, and, you know, it's just like we're hedging 2 or 3 times, so I think we're gonna relax that personally.
Yeah, so I, just since I knew that was something that you brought up, I asked, the people I'm working with to put in an option for what it would look like with the current system that it is today, with 1 EMT added, because I know that was one thing that was,
That's an option you're putting in,
asked
right?
just as an option, yeah. So the current system as is, the current system with 1 24/7 EMT added, so Centerville's the transporting unit, and then both of those options with an adjustment to the mileage cap from, because it's currently set at 150,000, of what it would look like to change that to 250,000 maybe, because I think it's probably still a good idea to have a specified cap. So, but I mean, they're totally flexible. We could throw in 200,000, 250,000, whatever, anything you guys are interested in for the,
So I think with you being AMR, being national, you rotate over so many years. But as we put this
Correct.
bid out, we're opening up the opportunities for other companies as well. So I think you're right, we need to put something out there, because if, in the fact, and we love AMR, don't like your price, but we love AMR. If somebody in the event did get it, other than you, that they don't drive up here with the station wagon with a siren on the top, you know? So that's something for to consider, in the mileage
yeah.
and all that. So I think mileage needs to stay on there. And mainly the cost it's gonna cost. Of course, those are important. And if we added that EMT that we had talked about, and we had actually even asked, and you'd given a proposal a couple years ago.
Yeah,
While you're here, just explain what the EMT, the extra, not extra, but an added EMT would bring to Linn County.
sure. So currently, the ambulance crews at Station 1 in Pleasanton and Station 2 in Lacine are staffed 24/7 with a paramedic and EMT. So they're full service ALS ambulance, ready to go for anything, and can transport anyone anywhere. The Station 3 ambulance in Centerville is staffed 24/7 with 1 supervisor paramedic. And so they function as essentially a ALS first responder. And so they go on any calls that sound critical, where our normal ambulance crews are gonna need an extra set of hands, especially an extra paramedic to help out. And then of course, they're the ALS first responder for the west side of the county to be able to get there, provide advanced life support until a transporting ambulance can come and then take on the patient care and actually transport out to a hospital. So adding the 24/7 EMT would basically be creating 3 full-time EMT positions, because on the 24-hour rotation, it takes 3 employees to fill a 24/7 slot. And that would make that ambulance, just like the others, a full service transporting ALS ambulance. So it would, on one hand, it would reduce response times for the west side of the county, because we're basing the response times on the transporting ambulance to get there, because that's when they're able to actually leave and start going to definitive care at a hospital. And then also for like, significant car accidents over here on the east side of the county on the highway and things like that, it would reduce how many times we're, bringing in mutual aid to transport out when we have multiple patients, because then we'd have, 3 transport capable ambulances in the county rather than just 2. So it would significantly enhance the overall ambulance service to the county, with, of course, with the extra cost of those 3 full-time EMTs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
We may also, on that RFQ, you made a good point, Rick, is somebody pull up here with a station wagon light on top of it, because it's got less than 250,000 miles on it. Maybe it's something there that just says,
Well, we require ALS and BLS machines, and
Yeah, that was a
station
bad
wagon
example,
probably.
probably.
well, what I'm getting at, do we need any additional language to maybe help define it? Not only are we looking for, we want something that's current, that's gonna be,
yeah. I think the detailed language in the contract is a good a good template because it specifies ALS ambulances versus BLS. So like the backup ambulance we have fully stocked as an ALS ambulance because that was part of the contract, and that, you know, that's an extra, you know, $40,000-$50,000 to have the backup ambulance stocked ALS versus BLS. So there's, you know, there's a lot of importance in those details.
And is that in your opinion, a worthy cost, worthy expense?
Yeah, it is, for sure. Otherwise, all the ambulances would have to reconfigure how they carry supplies to be able to move all their ALS supplies over to the backup ambulance. Because all the, you know, half the cabinets have ALS supplies in them inside, and then there's the heart monitor equipment that's specifically ALS, and so it would significantly change how all the ambulances had to be stocked and supplied to be able to if we were to change that to BLS backup unit.
Didn't we have some language in there about what type of ambulance it was? Type
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah. So they're type 2 ambulances. There's 3 types of ambulances. There's the big Freightliners that are. Now I'm not a truck guy, so I'm not going to do it justice. But there's a really big box style ambulances that are on like a heavy duty truck chassis, and then there's like the van. It's still a box style ambulance, but it's more of a van model with a box on it. And then there's the current van style that we have now, which are the most affordable. So that's partly what was specified in there.
And if we stuck with language in there about having a type 2 ambulance, that would also take care of some of what Rick was talking about
Right.
some
Right.
station wagon or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because they're licensed and have to meet requirements for the state of Kansas to be licensed as an ambulance, and they get inspected every year. So that would only last for about a year until they went through their first state inspection.
Yeah.
So we probably need to get something out next week. You want to send us a copy of the old proposal, and maybe any comments, when we'll be prepared to act on it next week.
So I don't know how big of a difference it would make changing the mileage cap, but I think it would make a significant difference. And from seeing, you know, the Kansas City operation, we have a number of vehicles over 300,000, and some of them are more reliable than an ambulance at 60,000. Just for, you know, weird things happen with new vehicles sometimes. So I think there's merit to extending that mileage cap. Let's see. There's a situation, obviously you're probably all aware of, with the protests up around the Plaza shopping district, and we're monitoring that closely. More of an impact to the Kansas City operation, but at times the ambulances in Linn County are asked to transport up to St. Luke's on the Plaza or Children's Downtown, or some of those downtown hospitals that are currently affected by the protests. The ambulance bay at St. Luke's on the Plaza Hospital was closed one night over the weekend because of just how the protests were impacting it, and it being a kind of an at-risk scene. And so we're monitoring that closely, and we have been keeping our ambulance crews out of that area during the heated times of protests. So probably won't impact Linn County destinations, because we rarely transport to those hospitals, but occasionally we do. So we would of course still transport the patient to an appropriate hospital. We would just ask them to choose a different hospital if it was dangerous around those receiving ares. And then the only other thing I think I forgot to mention a few weeks ago, we've been partnering with different entities to provide mask fit testing, as they're kind of referred to us. So we did some for one of the funeral homes here in town for some of their employees, some for some county employees with I think the wildlife department, and so we continue to do that. So if there's any departments that still have a need for the mask fit testing, just get them in touch with me, and we can do that still. And I think that's all I got, unless you have anything for me.
Thank you.
Yep.
Doug?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
No.
Oh, no.
I'll just pass that around. That's the weather forecast for the week. Starting tomorrow, we're supposed to have temperatures in or around 90 degrees with heat indexes in the low to mid 90s. So summer arrived on the calendar and summer's arriving on the heat scale as well. Wednesday, there is a chance of severe weather, so we'll be monitoring that. This morning was our first morning for the generator to fire up on its weekly test. We've got it set up to where when it fires up, it goes live on the building so that we can test the transfer switch as well, make sure everything in the system's functioning properly. That went through flawlessly. It did not shut the computers down, which was an issue we've been having with that small portable generator. This one worked flawlessly. We didn't even notice it being on. So it's set up, operational, and worked very well. I will need to meet with you as the Board of Health whenever you have an opportunity, because there's some things we need to discuss. And then I need a 10-minute executive session for legal when you have an opportunity. The last thing I want to bring up, last Thursday I was informed that there was apparently an attempt to create a protest against me personally on Facebook because of the Sugar Mound Arts and Crafts Festival deciding not to host one this year. I assume in part that's because of the article that was in the newspaper that said Doug Bartlett, had met with the board and then they decided not to do something. To be clear, I never did meet with their board. I did talk to Kim Vinson, the president of the organization, back in late March, early April, suggested to her that they consider coming up with a go, no-go date in the future, whatever that would be. And if it were me, I would tie it to when I was going to have to start writing checks for large amounts of money that I would not get back if the event didn't go on. Same thing I recommended to the Linn County Fair Board President Kelly Carbon in and around the same time frame, because I talked to both of them within about 2 days of each other. I did visit with Miss Vinson again probably 3 weeks or so ago and just gave her an update as to what the governor's phase plan was, the Ad Astra plan, and provided that information. I didn't know they canceled their event until I read it in the newspaper. So I had nothing to do with it. To be very clear, as the emergency manager, I have no authority statutorily or otherwise to cancel any event or tell someone they cannot have an event. That rests with the Board of Health in this situation, or your local health officer if you had designated one. So you are the only ones with the authority to limit, cancel, or make conditions on businesses or events. I cannot do that and have no authority to do so, nor did I do so with the Arts and Crafts event. I did inform Miss Vinson of what I had heard on Thursday. She was going to try and do some things to see if she couldn't get a handle on it. My understanding is they decided to cancel it because some of their workers were concerned about their own personal safety, trying to bring that many people into the county with everything going on. So I've been given credit for doing something that I did not do, and I wanted to make it clear to everyone that I don't have the authority to do that, nor did I attempt to do that, or even suggest to them that they not host their event. If you have anything else for me.
Is there any burn bans right now?
There is not. I have looked out this week. It appears, at least at this point in time, there's not any gusts projected. Winds are 10 to 15 miles an hour, which typically we let them burn, and humidity's up around 50%. Of course, that can change in a day or two. In 2 days, they could have forecasts of 30, 40 mile an hour gusts. So
Gotcha.
we try to monitor it, but I did look this morning, and there's no forecast gusts for the next 6 days. So hopefully we'll let them burn. We did not have a ban on over the weekend, so they've had opportunities to burn.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Anything else?
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tisha?
Good morning.
Morning.
Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department. Just want to give you an update on COVID. We did go up 4 cases, so we are at a total of 11 in the past week. just want to continue to encourage the public and everybody to continue to practice the protective measures that we've recommended so that we don't see and continue increase in cases in the future. We are going to be doing our community testing next week. Doing it a little bit different of a way this week. We've worked with KU School of Medicine, the Population Health Department. They have helped us create a survey to we will put out to the community that will ask demographic information, symptomatic information. All of the information that's going to be asked is obviously voluntarily and is going to be kept confidential and COVID-related only. So that we can identify those who are interested in testing. That will take place this week, and then we will determine probably the end of the week the people that we are testing, and then we'll do testing next week. So, any questions? I'll need 5 minutes of personnel and 10 minutes of legal for executive session.
What's our total count of,
Testing, or cases?
yeah,
Cases?
both.
I don't have that on me right now as far as how many we've tested. It's over 200.
Okay, so you've tested over 200, and how many actual cases?
11.
11 total, and then right
Two.
now, there's 4, or how many is under
2 are
quarantine?
active. Active or
2
the
are-
rest of them are recovered.
Okay.
And the 2 that are active are recovering. No one's been hospitalized,
Okay.
and everybody's.
But you said you had 4 new cases.
Mm-hmm.
So would they be self-quarantined or quarantined?
They've been given orders to quarantine,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I just didn't,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
Thank you.
What'd you need for executive?
5 minutes personnel and 10 minutes legal.
Oh, sheriff, yeah.
Jackie's trying to stir it. Jackie Messer's trying to stir up
You
stuff.
blended in with the
255
wall, I didn't
cases.
see you back there.
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. This past week, we had responded to 311 calls for service. We currently have 22 prisoners that are being held by Linn County, 18 of those in-house and 4 are farmed out. We had 126 911 calls this last week, and other than that, pretty much a break from the week before, and back kind of to normal business. So that's really all I have for the commission this morning. If you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to attempt them. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jessica, you got anything?
Good morning. I do want to let you guys know we did apply for the CDBG grant last week. She submitted that after the commission meeting, after you guys signed the paperwork. We've not heard back yet on whether we got the grant, but that's not unusual. They said up to 2 weeks. And I need 15 minutes for trade secrets.
And NACO has a leadership course going now too with General Powell written a book, and they've adopted that course. So if you're looking for something in the economics for development and you want to send someone to leadership, there's
Okay.
a course available out there.
Okay, thank you.
Can I give an update real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I attended the monthly meeting with the East Central Kansas Area on Aging. Something that came out of that was all the COVID dollars that came back, which creates a new problem, and it was a kind of an ugly problem. They received an extra $94,000 is what they received from the FFCRA program, and that deals with it. And they had to spend it within this month, okay? So they finally went back and said, well, we would just be wasting this money if you're telling us we have a month to spend something, this kind of money. We've never had that before. So they did allow them to extend that program out to 2021. I said that because they're also going to, and this is what I was hoping Jackie would put in the paper, any restaurant, they're doing the voucher program now for breakfast and for evening meals for anyone over 60 that fills out the form that goes through Area on Aging. Any restaurant that wants to, in any city that wants to provide breakfast at a certain cost, they'll give them a voucher for that, for breakfast, and then one for in the evening meal as well. So they'll give them so many vouchers a week. So I need restaurants in Pleasanton and Lacine and Mountain City and wherever, Blue Mountain, Centerville, that maybe serve breakfast, and one that serves, evening meal. Hopefully we'll break it up if there's more than one restaurant that wants to do that. Those funds are available and they're good through September. They have to spend that amount of money by September. So Ottawa's currently doing it. Franklin County's got 5 restaurants. You count Price Chopper because they serve food in there. And they can go there and get breakfast. We still do our own meal, our lunch meal every day, same as we always did. So that doesn't affect that at all. But if there's a restaurant that wants to participate, I believe the allotment is $7.50 to provide breakfast, which normally you can get a halfway decent breakfast for $7.50. And then the evening meal, on the other hand, might not get it for $7.50, but of course they're going to ask for a donation. But if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. So if anybody knows a restaurant, have them contact me, and I'll put them in contact with Leslie over in Area on Aging, and they can be put on the list for that. So that's my update for the senior center. One other thing on the senior center is the pantry. Met with the people for the pantry in Lacine, providing part of that building for use to them. So Gary, I don't know if we need like a memorandum of understanding, a contract or what. We had all talked about allowing them possibly to do it. I met with them for about an hour. It's not just a function of a church, but all the churches provide action in there, so it would be a good place for them to do it. So key access, responsibilities to reporting anything that goes wrong with it through the work request program, and some general guidance, key access and all that stuff. So just some information on that. They want to take part of that building over in August, so I still got to deal with the organization, the group of ladies, which has dwindled down quite substantially. So we'll have 3 groups of people in there. We'll have the ones that serve the seniors meals out of there so far, and then we'll have the group of ladies that actually had the building built, and they've actually been down here once or twice. And then we'll have the pantry people there. So 3 different groups of people, 3 different ideas on what should go on, and we'll see if we can all get along. And that's all I got.
You said that Price Choppers could do it because they serve food. So can the 2 grocery stores in Mount St. Pleasant?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why they couldn't. It's a great idea. If they go in and
They relaxed the dollars for they were pretty defined on their nutrition and
yeah, I think they have, to be honest with you. They're going to give them a voucher and say, this is what you got to do. And I'm sure there's something there we're going to want to talk to the restaurants about. But
a few years ago when we attempted to do that,
Yeah.
when we were struggling with the program, there were some very definite dollars that were granted by the federal government to meet the nutritional guidelines.
Right.
And that was pretty restrictive. I mean, you're feeding people with heart conditions and an array of medical conditions, and the seasoning of the food, the carbs of the food.
Right.
It got pretty specific, so it made it really tough for most communities to be able to, or most restaurants to be able to provide a meal that met those guidelines that was subsidized through the
Right.
program. But this is a little different money, so I think it probably is relaxing that.
I think so, because they've already gotten approval to do those 5 different ones in Ottawa. So Ottawa's already started the program, and the money is only good through September, so I don't know if the program will extend past then or not. So that's something that remains to be seen, but it's an opportunity out there for some local business, opportunity for people that maybe were just getting one meal a day, and now there's not, they want to get two, and actually get to go get it, you know, or, so, could be a good deal. That's all I got.
You guys want to go ahead and go into executive and,
I do have one other thing. We have an application from the Parker Library Board for two things. Number one, assistance with CD fees. They're doing some demo to do some improvement to the building. They wanted us to grant them a waiver on the CD fees. Secondly, because they are a tax-supported entity, they fit the category in which we could provide a container for them, and they are requesting that as well. So, Bobby has checked the application and all the requirements, and it appears to be a situation that is amenable to our policy. So if you want to approve their application for reduced or eliminated CD fees and provide a container, you need a motion to do so.
you just okay with that?
I am, we probably ought to have a word of caution. If you do take containers, that's a fully brick masonry building. Danny's been
Oh,
through
yeah,
this
it is.
before. And everybody think, oh, I'll fill this
Load that
container
thing.
up, and then all of a sudden they've got to unload the container because now it weighs 3 times more than we can haul or even get on a truck or something. So they'll have to be pretty cautious about overloading those containers.
We may be actually doing the demo, right, or some of it?
I think they requested us.
But that's not a part of this request. This is just,
So do we want to eliminate or just reduce the fees?
I would make that motion that we allow not only the hauling, the containers hauling and eliminated the fees.
I'm okay with that. I'll make a motion that we eliminate, or we just approve the
the application.
application by Parker Library for eliminated dump fees and dumpster hauling, if you will.
I'll second it.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You've been around that, so we've all probably been involved in getting the dumpster unloaded because you can't get them up on the truck. So.
Many a times.
We've had requests for a total of 5 minutes on personnel, and I need about 20 minutes on legal at some point. If you include that at this time, that would be a total of 40 minutes for legal.
So then Jessica needs to be
Oh, I didn't catch that.
over Tracy.
Oh,
So you can hold mine till later if you want, there's nothing present.
Okay. So Doug, you needed 10 for legal?
Without
I'll buy if you'll fly.
So without hearings at the moment, you have 20 legal, 5 personnel, and 15 trade secrets.
So moved.
Second. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What happened?
We've done everything on our list of special meetings, executive sessions, except for my legal, which I need probably 20 minutes.
So are you gonna go talk to the,
I just did.
oh,
That's
okay.
quick.
Wow.
Good job, Gary. You better tell Jackie if you did anything.
I was trying to wake up the entire time. No, we did, there was no action. Huh,
Could we convene as the Board of Health and let him ask the Board of Health some questions? Matter of announcing that that's your role now.
so now say that one more time?
We're going to convene as the Board of Health in order to answer some Board of Health questions from Doug.
I know you're working on some orders.
Did you do that?
Do I need to say that? We are convening as the Board of Health to answer some questions for Doug about the Board of Health.
One of the questions that's come up in the past week is sale of residential fireworks for the 4th of July. I just wanted to check or verify as to whether or not you would consider allowing that to take place. I don't see any issue with it myself, but I just wanted to make sure that you did not have any intention or concern over the sale of fireworks.
Yeah, I don't have any problem
I
with it.
don't have any issue with it at all.
Obviously, we've got some large events, like Claim Your Campus 2020 over the 4th of July. If we're going to establish any type of a community mass gathering, that's something that we want to be looking at for the future. And I told those folks that I would get back to them once you have some recommendations in regards to that. So whenever you come up with that, just let me know and I'll reach out to the organizers and the property owners. County Park is another issue that's come up. Jackie has asked whether or not we're going to continue to follow the plan that was laid out here a week or so ago, or if you had other thoughts in regards to that. Here's Jackie. I don't know if he has any specific questions on the county park, but that's another area that we want to think about as we move forward. At what point in time do we open it up to non-county residents? Right now, it's the plan says that it would be county residents only. So those are just some things, areas that we need to take a look at. And then obviously orders, what order that you issue that we can give to the public, if we can do something today in regards to that, so we can get that information out to them. And then it's our understanding that the governor has no intention at this point in time of making the Ad Astra plan mandatory in the future. Obviously, we know the legislature, she's called them in for a special session, I believe on the 3rd, but I don't know what, if any outcome we'll have there. But currently, it is our understanding that even if they give her emergency powers or they go back to doing something, that the Ad Astra plan will not be mandatory, that the counties will be in control. So just be aware of that. I'll try to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, we answered your questions effectively.
I think for the most part, there's a couple of things outstanding, but I think for the most part, I've got what I need at this point, short of an official order from the Board of Health. The fireworks was a big issue that's come up a couple of times this past week, and I just wanted to try to get that resolved, so.
But while you're still in Board of Health mode here, one question I've had from a couple other department heads is about opening the front door of the courthouse too, so we have both doors open. And we were looking for advice on that, on what you guys thought. Right now, the south doors always have open. The ones that asked me were in favor of opening it back up.
Is that addressed in your opening plan at all?
In the opening plan, it said we would just have
The one door open, that's been in place, what, 2 weeks now?
I believe it's 2 now. Yeah.
So you don't have a problem personally? If it's
I don't.
and Janet and Christie and the
I
other
haven't
elected
heard
officials?
anyone that has a problem with that idea yet.
I wouldn't
I
have.
think we want to set probably some more hand sanitizer near that door if we do, because we have one mounted on the wall by the south door, but don't have any more. I don't think Jackie had any more of those wall mounted ones, but we could put a bottle there for people to use as they come in, because we were asking them to please use that as they came in the building.
We do have a couple of them held back in reserve, we could have 1 or 2 if we need them.
Sure. I don't personally have a problem with that.
Just monitor it closely if it becomes an issue. I think you have the authority to shut it if you think something comes up we're not aware of. But I don't have a problem trying it.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it at all. I gotta, go ahead.
Could I throw a couple of thoughts in there? I think you mentioned the park. I think I do need the question answered. Do we continue to keep a status quo for another week, say, at just Linn County residents? That's what my preferred option is, but,
Is that your recommendation? I think that's.
okay.
But why? I mean, and the only reason I say that to be confrontational, but we have 5 lake properties and we have all these people coming down, so what is it detrimental to not letting them, allowing them to come to the park?
Thought it through, I just was, their recommendation, I don't know.
I mean,
We have had in the last 2 weekends, weekend before last, we had to reject 6 groups, and this weekend 1. But we could go ahead and open it. I mean, that's,
Me personally, I'd like to see it open,
okay, we can do that.
but I mean, that's, what do you guys think?
and that's my logic on it, Jackie, is because we've got so many people traveling from the north to the south and up to see the 5 lakes, all those, and then fishing and everywhere else, and we got ours closed off while everybody else is. So I don't see what would benefit the residents of, Linn County by closing it, keeping it closed and all the others are open.
So today, as of today, effective today, go ahead and open it up. I'm good with that if you guys.
Mike, what do you thought? What's your thought?
Just to clarify, the park itself is open. It's currently open for Linn County residents to go up, camp, do whatever they want to do. The only thing it's closed to would be out-of-county overnight camping. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's, I thought that was the thrust of you guys' idea, but I'll go with whatever direction you go.
I actually had some business at Hillsdale with, I stopped at the Corps Engineering and got a registration for a boat, but they're slammed, and if you don't have a reservation for a couple of weeks, so I think you're gonna see a huge influx. I took my dad fishing, and I was in Cedar Valley Reservoir and Garnett briefly, and people are, this is one of the things that you can follow the orders and kind of do that. I would expect a big influx. I mean, not only just the holiday weekends, but almost every weekend's like a holiday weekend around Linn Valley and some of the areas I'm a little bit familiar with. I mean, there's lots of people coming.
Right.
With the new cases coming in, I would be reserved to do it for another week. But it's a guess. Nobody's got a crystal ball. Nobody, like I said, there are 2 schools of thought, either over conservative or under conservative, and nobody's going to land where we need to be. So if you need to open it, and I probably won't vote for it.
Gary, help us out on this. We need to make a motion.
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we allow Jackie to open the park up to, what?
Add
Hold on.
more things first, real quick. If it's park related, let's
Okay.
stick with the park, if we're sticking with the park.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
other is the cabins.
Mm-hmm.
We've held them closed, and I would like another week or so to finish up the work in there, so I want that excluded from it.
That's fine.
But that's the only.
I haven't finished my motion yet anyway.
Okay.
To open it up for camping, general camping, and keeping the cabins closed for 1 more week. That's my motion.
I'll second that. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
You want me to read a proposed order from the Board of Health?
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
is an advisory statement from Linn County Board of Health, June 1, 2020. Linn County Board of Health urges all citizens to continue to follow the guidance found in the governor's Ad Astra Plan Phase 2 as modified. This includes limiting mass gatherings to no more than 15 persons when social distancing is not possible or practical, practicing appropriate hygiene, and social distancing and wearing masks when you cannot social distance. The recent increase in Linn County cases is a concern, and the board will be watching these numbers closely to determine whether it appears that Linn Countyans are being appropriately cautious about their social interactions. The board appeals to the citizens of Linn County to voluntarily protect themselves, their families, and others by continuing to follow the guidance offered above. If further mandatory orders appear to be needed to protect the health of Linn County citizens, the Board of Health will issue those orders in the days to come. Signed, Linn County Board of Health, Dan McCullough, Mike Beatty, and Rick James.
Thank you, Gary. Has anybody, has the, look, go ahead.
Can I ask a few more questions on this subject?
Yeah.
The shops, can we go ahead and open them up, or do you want to keep them closed as well? We banned the public from the shops,
What shops?
the
County
shops. and
You mean the-
landfill.
Oh, yeah.
We have the signs up, you can't enter the buildings. When they opened the other, we did not open them. So I was gonna go ahead and open them.
Yeah, I don't have,
I don't see a problem with it.
yes, sir.
Transportation, I would want to leave that the same, which is no restaurants. The only other one would be allow them to, the shopping trips that the people need with the restaurants. But again, I'm referring to the experts on that.
You're talking about the bus?
Transportation,
Yeah.
transportation. Do we want to open it back up fully, or do we want to keep it medical, stopping, picking up groceries if they got them ready, and not restaurant stops? It's kind of what our policy has been. Do we need to change any of that?
Come on, speak up.
Is there any liability if someone contracts without a restaurant and we took them there as a county?
That's
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just
yeah,
asking.
that's an untested situation. I would say probably, as long as we're doing what is deemed reasonable, then our liability is limited.
We've been asking them to bring sack lunches, we've been staying away from restaurants because of the possibility. The biggest pushback, we've been getting, and I understand it, is they want to be able to do their shopping. There are some of these people in all of their shopping, they have no mobility, so we go to the Walmart and pay over them to go in and shop while she waits for them. That's another one that they would like to see opened up. And the clientele that's doing it, I mean, we can ask them to wear masks, we're asking them to wear masks, we're asking the driver to wear a mask, we're doing all sorts of disinfecting. I think it would be, I see the need for these people to do that.
And are these high-risk individuals?
Yes. Usually, for the most part. I would prefer them to call their order and us pick them up. But there are some people that just don't want to do that. And they're asking repeatedly, can they start going in stores again for their shopping trip?
And how would you like, how would you like
Under
to?
the governor's Phase 2 guidance, high-risk individuals are encouraged to minimize any non-essential travel. That opens back up under Phase 3. And currently, as we understand it, well, no official Phase 3 is going to be given out from the governor. Once they say we move to that level, then it's like 45 instead of 15 for mass gatherings. And Phase 3, at least in what we saw before last week, says that high-risk individuals can begin to repopulate into the community with caution. So currently, it would be recommended that they not do any non-essential travel. And then in the next phase, it kind of opens it up to where they can go back into.
In the
doing
next
travel.
phase is what, do they got a date on that? Is it 18 June? Is that, I was just off on track
If,
on that?
if it went 2 weeks, I don't remember the exact date, but, we're at least a week into it. So maybe by next week, I don't know. They're supposed to be providing numbers to us to help us understand what phase we should be in. But under the phase 2, that's their recommendation.
We've probably got about another week in phase 2.
That would be my guess.
Can you sweat it out till then?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Okay. That's all I have.
Do we don't need any motions for that, but we need a motion for this, don't we?
Mike might have something.
No, I'm good.
Yes, we do need a vote for the, or a motion for this.
I'll make
This-
go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we issue an advisory statement from the Linn County Board of Health dated 1 June 2020.
I'll second that. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Graduations, do you guys know anything about the local schools doing graduations? Has anyone reached out to you guys about that? No.
Well, we know we're going to have gatherings bigger and bigger as time goes by, so we need to figure out how we are going to address that. And I think we just get back here next week and hash that out. Because I know there's some events going on up north, and we've got probably some local events that some have canceled early. They're not going to do theirs, but there's others that haven't canceled. They're kind of waiting in the whims to figure out what they're going to do. So, and especially graduations, these kids that graduate and everything that's going on. So we need to give them an answer, and hopefully let's wait until next week and give them something.
I mean, basically, your position is, we're recommending that people follow the Ad Astra plan.
Right.
Which would leave us in phase 2 right now with a recommended maximum gathering of 15, if you can't social distance. Is that mandatory? No.
Yeah, it's not mandatory, but maybe we should talk about it next week, is what I'm saying. See if we want to just come out with a number or not.
That's all I have, unless you have anything more for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's gonna, okay, so you're reconvening as Board of Commissioners now, is that correct?
Yeah. Now we are reconvening as the Board of Commission. Gary, did you just,
I need about 15 minutes of legal.
go ahead and get him out of the way. Jackie, are you ready?
Or do you want to do that on 10 minutes personnel?
Let's hear you out, man.
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator.
Tell us all the stuff you broke this last week.
Yeah, we did break some stuff this week, but some of the stuff we did, we kind of postponed that relocation work group that was meeting every Monday until July, until we get a more definitive answer, because I just cancel it every week. We're still doing patching and prep work. I do have 2 dates, dust control and crack sealing will start on June 8th, next Monday on both projects. The bids for the Red Iron Garage building and the old county attorney building were zilch. There were no bids.
No bids.
No bids for that. So I don't know if you want me to come up with some proposals of what to do on that. I mean, or just, I mean,
Since we're holding everything anyway, should we just kind of kick back on that idea for a little bit, or what?
Yeah, just tell Jackie to put that on his back burner.
works for me. I got enough burning.
Smoldering fire.
I did hear, we talked about Zener Bridge last week. I did hear back from the feds. They are gonna come out and take a look at it because
they can see from the photographs I've been sending them that it's a failure of, she said it was a design build, so, yeah, they see the failures in it. They have a project in a wildlife refuge going on in a few months, and they're gonna come out at the same time, since travel is so bad for them as well as everything else. Been working with Pleasanton, the city, on they want some help on an overlay, but we're gonna postpone that a week or so, because we gave them a price, which is, I told them they ought to talk to the contractor that we're using to do overlay, that they might even get a better bid than what it would cost us, because it would cost us more than that. I also talked to the Pleasanton School on that request for that, clearing that drainage. I would say it's gonna take one of our people with a track hoe 3 days to clear that out. They don't want it hauled away, they just want it piled up to burn later. I went out there and worked with Travis on that, I walked that ditch. If we're wanting to go forward with that, it's probably one piece of equipment and one person. And they said they would reimburse costs on that. So, up to a certain amount. They gave me a dollar amount. Probably, they said their part that they were gonna commit in a matching grant was $20,000. So if we put somebody and a piece of equipment over there, they would reimburse us on
They
the
can't
cost.
find some contractor who'll do it for that?
I-
Or why are we, I mean, why are we?
I don't know if they've gone down that road. I think they were trying to get it as a grant, but I don't think they feel like a contractor would be as economical as us doing it.
Okay,
And I think it would be substantially higher than if we're just charging them costs for doing it.
How's that fit into your schedule and all that?
Since it's just one person and a track hoe, I don't think it would kill our projects too bad. I think Harry'd probably end up doing it, and he's pretty good with that piece of equipment. And I can see what they want to do, and it would make it better. But there's some pretty good trees in there that have to be taken down, so we could schedule it in if we did it.
okay.
So I don't know I don't know how to proceed on it, just talk to them again, get some pictures and more information, or see if what they're willing to.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt at all to ask them if they have sought
Okay,
prices from the contractor, because, we do help other tax-supported entities by assisting with some machinery that they don't have or don't have availability to. On the other hand, if they're getting, if they've got enough money from their grant to do a contract.
they didn't get the grant.
Oh, I thought you said they're.
No, that's how much they had put aside to use.
I see, okay.
But the grant fell through, so I think we can do it for a lot less than what the grant was for.
And that may well be, I don't know.
Okay.
But they ought to at least look at that, don't you?
Okay. And then also this morning on that library board request from Parker, I looked at it, I took it back to Bobby, and he pointed out that they were asking for demolition as well.
Right, but that's a separate issue. That doesn't fall into that policy.
Okay,
So you need to address that now with the board.
okay. So are we gonna approve us doing the demolition for that?
On what?
The library that we talked about this morning, that they were wanting that in Parker, they were wanting to knock that down, provide the container and waive the dump fees. We did it on another building up there, and it took a day or two to do it. Again, it's a track hoe and a few people.
It also was a masonry building, and frankly, it may be, with being masonry, it might be better than to do, these are bricks, they're not block or something bigger. It might be better to pull a dump truck in there and load it and haul it as it would be to bring up containers. That's your business, but, it's a corner building, it's known as the old Standard Station. The library has poured money into the building over the years. an auxiliary building to their existing newer building. I don't disagree, there's historic value to it, but it's just, I mean, who can afford to continue to maintain something we don't have a good use for, or, and it's really,
They were talking about putting a parking lot in there in its place.
it's got a flat roof, it's got continued maintenance issues. We just took down the one for the Historic Society down on the other end of Maine there. Yeah, I mean, it's really the same premise, so I would be in favor of allowing you to do it. It's a much smaller building, I think, than the other building. Not much smaller, but some smaller.
So, just go ahead.
So you need a motion to authorize Jack to, work with them to demolish that building.
As the precedents we've set in the past, I'd make that motion.
No second.
Is that much different than allowing Pleasanton to use the equipment?
Give me a
and-
nod. Go ahead.
I don't think it will be. I think it'd be along the same vein, tax.
I mean, so would we have to, I mean,
The difference is, we're with, there is a difference.
Yeah.
The situation with the school district of Pleasanton is they're going to hire us to do a job. This situation is different because this board has no money. And so they're asking us basically just to do it.
And I meant tax-based, or tax-supported
They're an
entities is what I
supported entity,
meant.
but they've got no money.
But the school district had set money aside for it, and I think we can work with them and recover our costs of what we do.
okay, yes, yeah, it's been moved. It's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm not sure I caught for sure. Who made the motion in a second on that one?
Second motion. Mike.
I made the motion.
A couple of things, I've been getting a lot of requests because 'tis the season for politics, on signs. And, I just wanted to tell you what I'm telling people, so if it's different, you can tell me. The county commissioners passed a resolution in 2011 for the regulation of signs. It made Andy, the planning and zoning director, the sign inspector. So what I've been telling people, small signs placed on private property generally do not require a permit, but must adhere to the guidelines of size. And if any questions, refer to Andy. Signs placed in the right-of-way, we can't. No signs can be put in there, cannot be attached to a signpost. If anyone wants a business or permanent signs, they gotta go to Andy. Small signs placed in the right-of-way, such as garage sales, are not permitted, but we're gonna use our judgment on those. I'm not gonna yank every one of those because it's nonstop. We will if they're in the way. Nothing on power poles, no signs allowed in the park. Anybody who wants to place signs that can be seen from the highway, it's a different approval process. I recommend they talk to Andy. If somebody puts a bunch of political signs in the right-of-way, our policy will be to take them down, take them to the appropriate shop, either the north or south shop. We'll take them down, and we will contact whoever's party or put them up and say, we have your signs, and we'll give them 10 days to get them, and if they don't come get them, we'll chuck them. Trying to find a reasonable compromise on some of these because people don't know. The reason it's came up was somebody wanted to put some large billboard type signs, which are regulated if they're billboard. So mainly I want to encourage anybody who wants to do the signs to talk to Andy and make sure they follow the resolution passed in 2011 and 12. Another thing that came up was another oddball issue. I think Bobby's report here, I'll try to paraphrase it. In the planning and zoning regulations, we are called for septic tanks to be masonry construction because that's the best and cheapest outlook and best for this. If you read between the lines, we never said holding tanks have to be masonry. And we've gotten 2 requests to use the plastic or composite tanks. For various reasons, those are not a very good option, even though you try to tell people, you try to explain the differences. Sometimes people are pretty determined. Well, if you pump one out, you got to put a quarter of the tank's capacity back in water to hold it into the ground. In a concrete tank, you don't. The average cost about $1,500 for the same size. Concrete's $11. So what I'd like to do is, this should be addressed with a comprehensive plan, the codes and zones and all that. So I would like to just, it's always been understood that we're talking the same thing. If we're talking a septic tank, it's a holding tank, but if you read between the lines, it doesn't say holding tanks must be. So I'd like a moratorium on putting composite or plastic tanks in until it's clarified by the comprehensive plan. And the intent was these, and even the manufacturers don't recommend putting them in this soil, in this part of the country. So I don't know, it's come up and I thought I'd throw it out there and see what you guys think.
How many people are using those other type of tanks? Is
None
it more
right now, because
more
we've
than,
never allowed them. We've had 2 requests, and the
Oh,
first
okay.
one we said it's more expensive, and this, plus you have to put special soils around it, or fill, and you gotta put, I mean, it's almost like counterproductive. If I got a 1,000-gallon tank and I pump it out and I gotta put 250 gallons of water back in it to keep it in the ground, it doesn't make sense to use them.
Mike, what do you know about all this?
I'm gonna recuse myself from that discussion. I developed a concrete tank company that now my son owns, but it would appear to be a self-interest if I
Okay.
buy, so I think I better stay out of it. I'm gonna recuse myself.
He did a pretty comprehensive report on that. His recommendation is also that we not allow them at this time. It was the intent, what we've been interpreting as the intent of the zones, the planning codes, that they not be allowed.
But if people want to spend the extra, I mean, if they want to spend the extra money and do it within the regulations, why not allow them?
Because it's not only the person doing it, when they sell that property, it's gonna impact, I mean, it's not just the current person, and it's not the best decision, but again, that's.
But is it legal?
Right now, it does not specifically say you can't use a composite tank. We've dealt with this 2 or 3 times.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying, if we haven't made it a ruling against it, and it's legal in the state of Kansas to have these tanks, who are we to make that judgment? Because we haven't yet.
Yeah.
So that would be my thing is, until we make an order on it, for it or against it, I mean, if they want to spend the extra money, I mean, and I know you don't think it's as good, it may not be, I don't know. But if they want to do it and there's no order against it, I don't know how you would judge against it now.
It's been a long time since I've read the regulations, so I couldn't opine on it, but I always just presumed that when we refer to septic tank, we're talking about both holding tanks and distributing tanks.
That's what we
They're
assume.
both septic.
That's what we always have assumed and always had interpreted that way, but one person is trying to get us in.
I don't think, but I'd have to go back and read the regulations.
You want to just postpone it a week and let you review it?
If you'll send me the regulations,
Yeah,
I mean, it's up to you guys.
I would wait till,
Yeah, because I would.
if it's just if it's one person and he's interpreted it different than you, we'll let our counselor
Okay.
determine what it is.
Okay.
And if he's right, then I'm in favor of letting him do it.
A little bit of update on the park. We do have the conduit in for the Wi-Fi. We're gonna have that pretty quickly. I think that's gonna be a pretty big upgrade for everybody, and we're pretty happy about it. Let's see. I was wanting to replace one of the trailers that we had. I have found one on Purple Wave that I would like permission to bid on. The reason we want to replace it is one for asphalt, and it's pretty, I just put, because of the numbers here, I just put the numbers on top, we estimate the value and what I'd like to get permission for, but then we can't read that out.
We can't read that out because,
But that can show you what I'm looking. We did have a couple of people go look at it, and they came back and said that,
We don't already have one of these?
yes, I'd like to replace it with, it's not very safe, it's not near.
Is it the one that says at Lacey?
No, this is the one that the asphalt carried rollers on.
Okay.
We have difficulty.
Oh, I seen it on there the other day, yeah.
And it's not, we want one that we can carry both of them on to save a trip. And it's, they've been asking me for about 3 years if we could find something safer and better.
Why is it, the old one,
It's
unsafe?
just a little tipsy and a little harder to load. And you start loading that thing, it's not the same, this one's lower to the ground and more. The old generation was just not as, they were built higher, they were, the tilts and,
Okay.
Ken weigh on that, and you're right, you're loading something that's a little slick on a metal deck or a little short, and from a guy that's had a piece of equipment sitting perpendicular to the track, thinking what just, or the trailer, it's like, what just happened, because you just scrambled to keep it up there, come off sideways. We lost 40 years ago on a loading issue, trailer, and I think the bulldozer ended up on him.
yeah.
What's his name? Anyway, this was well before, I'm gonna say 20, 25 years ago.
This is an older one, hopefully it's not.
I didn't know the gentleman, it was well before I was here, but anyway, lost a bulldozer over on top of him and a loading, and quite frankly, if you're loading steel drum rollers on here, or rubber tire rollers on here, this would probably be what, I've been around one of these trailers quite a bit, this would be what I'd look to do with it, so. If it wasn't that, it'd be a recovery trailer that slid back.
Well, they went and looked at it and said, it's like new. They said whoever, the owner of it took really good care of it, so.
Would you sell the other trailer? You gotta
Yes,
use it.
absolutely, immediately on Purple Wave.
I don't have an issue with it.
What's the other trailer worth, you think?
5, 10, maybe.
Is it yellow?
No.
Have you looked at new ones, and are they gonna, is this gonna be cheaper,
Yes.
less expensive, you think?
Yeah, quite a bit cheaper. I'm hoping I don't get anywhere near the maximum I put on there.
Do we need a motion for that, or to allow? No.
Make a motion.
Oh. I'll second. Moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You want these back?
Yes. We also have, we're doing the contract spraying for the weeds this week. They started last week. Atmos is working over at Pleasanton on that project on Heckey's again.
What else, I mean, how close is that to us fulfilling our part?
The Atmos.
That's it?
Yeah, and they're boring underneath that marsh. I knew they couldn't get through it. I mean, Harry barely made it through with the track hose.
So what they're gonna do is dig it out?
No, they're gonna bore underneath the muck. And then when they get to the other side of the road, they'll dig it down the right of way. So we're probably within a day or two and we're out of that mess.
And they're not going all the way down? down the right of way, are they?
No, we're going to the property, but it's all the way down the right of way, but that's his expense. It's
Right.
sitting there on those little cones, that's his.
Gotcha, that's what I thought.
We go to where they bore to the property, right there where that water line is, or right where that line laying there starts, that's it, we're done. And then about a 10-minute personnel. I think that's pretty much it.
And Gary, didn't you need 20?
I think 15 will be sufficient.
15 legal?
Yes.
Janet's here too. so.
Janet and I had some stuff we wanted to talk to you about.
All right, well, lay it on us.
Did some calculations the other day. We were talking about our sales tax income and our bond payments, and sorting out what I handed out here. So, both of us, and stop me if you don't agree, Janet, but think we're fine on what we're getting in on sales tax to meet our requirements on the bond. So there's 3 pages here. The first one shows our sales tax income at the left side, what we've had so far. And then I took an average starting with, I believe it was last July through the current, and then just projected that average out for a couple of years if we stayed at that level. And it shows that we are bringing in enough to cover our bond payments, the required payments. And actually, if you look at the far right side on that page, our balance is continuing to go up over time. So we're bringing in more than we need if we stay at that average to make our bond payments. So then the second page I had in there was if we were to make an extra payment at the end of this year, and I'll on the principal, and I'll kind of back off just a little on that, not only if we were to make one, but if we are allowed to make one. So there may be some limits on what we can do, which I didn't know about yet when I was working on this. I talked to our bond counsel, Gilmore and Bell, and he indicated that he wasn't positive we could do this at this point. It might be later in the life of the bonds before we could. But if we were to make an extra $300,000 payment at the end of this year on the principal, you can see we've still got the funding available with what's coming in on sales tax to do that. And if you were to compare the end of this year when we would do that with the end of the next 2 years, our balance goes up a little bit each of the 2 years after that. So we're still, money-wise, we're okay if we're able to do something like that. So then the third sheet, I took the original amortization schedule on these bonds for the debt service schedule. And I plugged in an extra $300,000 in principal at the end of this year or 1st of January next year, and how that would affect the interest that we pay over the life of those bonds. So that one-time payment early on could save us $286,000 in interest over the life of those bonds if we are allowed to do that. So at this point, we don't know that we can. Janet and I were both comfortable that we would have the funds available to do it, and we think it's a good idea if we can. But I think it's gonna take a little more research, and Janet talked to Joey a little bit the other day about not just this, but if there were possibilities of refinancing those bonds, or how that would work, and again, stop me if I'm heading the wrong way here, Janet, but I think his thought at this time, it would not be a good time to try to do any refinancing of the bonds.
We can't.
Or we can't yet, but he is keeping an eye on that, and will get with us if there's some other options that we can do with it. So he is kind of tracking all that. One other thing that Kevin Cowan from Gilmore Bell told me is about the only option he could see right now is if we were able to get possibly a local bank or someone else to buy buy a certain portion of those bonds, and then we could work out a deal with them to retire that part of it early. So, and I hadn't had a chance to talk to you, it was a little hectic this morning, we didn't get a chance to talk much before I came over. So we're trying to look at options and see if there are ways we can save some money for the county on the long term on these bonds, but bottom line to me is why I started on this was just making sure we had enough income coming in that we were going to be able to make all our bond payments, and I see no issue with that. I mean, we're bringing in more than it's taking to make the payments at this point. Now, obviously, we don't know what's gonna happen with sales tax over the next few months or the next 2 or 3 years, but that's projecting at what we've averaged so far.
So-
You got anything else to add or change? We just kinda wanted to get it out there and let you guys know where we were and what we've been looking at, and we'll keep an eye on it and keep trying to see if there's ways we can save some money or what we can do, but we may be kinda stuck for now.
Well, with the project halted, is that gonna,
That's a question I have. Is it halted? Because everything's up to renewal.
I don't think the project's halted.
not really halted, but,
It's being delayed a little.
Yeah, it's been delayed because we're waiting on how to figure that out,
so we
redesign.
really don't have a
Redesign, rebid.
for sure date, so, but
Do we, 6 months, will we start in 3 months?
I don't think we really have that answer, do we?
Not yet, in fact, they had a meeting this morning to talk about some of
So,
those things.
and that's, Janet has some of those investments, CDs coming due pretty quick or right now,
Yeah.
so that's some of what she's looking.
And you're wanting to reinvest that if we're gonna,
We're gonna need some of it.
Yeah.
Well, and
Can't-
let me ask this question, a lot of times, I fully intended this to be need value engineering and maybe not rebid, but, you know, some adjustment in the way the contract is written, that's kind of part of course. However, we're gonna go back and look like probably do a rebid entirely. I'm gonna guess that we're going to hope to get this thing cranked off and turned around within 90 days and get something started, contract signed. So let's look at from a financial standpoint, if you were to sign contracts in 90 days and get this thing going, and the first thing that's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of submittals and drawings and being turned around and that type of thing. The guy you want going is your dirt work. We won't get into an area where things are frozen and is delaying the project. You're gonna wanna get him through. I would say you're gonna be looking, for lack, cause I don't know, but judging by some of the numbers we've seen and estimates have been projected, a couple $1 million of expenditures maybe in the next 3 months of the project. So that's my estimate. I don't have any better crystal ball than anybody else, but assuming that we can sign contracts in 3 months, and assuming in 3 months our expenditures, because even when they give them a notice to proceed and the start date, and things start moving, and then by the time everybody establishes files and gets this, and, it's probably gonna be at least 3 months before and it would surprise me if it exceeded $1 million by the end of the year. But I might be wrong. I mean, that would just surprise me.
So you're looking probably nothing of any size to speak of during the next 3 months, but after that, maybe.
You're gonna start seeing bills, and as the materials get through the submittal process and get approved, and they order those materials, and those materials will start being received, and they're in a bonded warehouse or whatever the contract requires, they can bill for some materials even though they're not landed here. There's a set of guidelines, and you'll start seeing significant costs along there, even just for materials, 20% of maybe the contract, 25% of the contract, just so they're not being delayed on materials. There may be such things as they're putting money down on the cells for manufacturing to lock in the manufacturing dates. I don't know,
But realistically, the first major bills, you're talking at least 90 days out,
oh, absolutely, an idea of not,
More,
if that helps.
Okay.
I don't see this getting redesigned, built, and anything.
And then the next 90 days would be that million to 2 million, and then
Then we'll start seeing movement.
we're talking real money.
And as for the bond payment side of things, project's not gonna change anything there. We have a schedule of when we have to make those payments, and they really don't care if we're doing any work or not. We gotta make those payments.
Well, and as you know, the good part of that is because of the bond management we have, they are utilizing the income. And when I realize you're trying to help manage all that with it, but we're utilizing that income to help offset those costs of the interest rates.
Janet, will you be able to buy 3-month bonds?
Yes.
And, but if you had the opportunity to buy 6 months, you get a little bit more interest on it. Is that right or not right?
Right now, interest
It doesn't matter?
is nothing.
Okay.
There's not much.
So,
It's .01 difference.
yuck.
Difference between a 3 and a 6 month?
Okay.
So you'd be conservatively invested on a 3-month cycle, is what you're probably looking at.
Because maybe 3 months things would be better. That was my thought, interest-wise.
Okay.
Who knows?
Unprecedented times, I mean, nobody anticipated any of this to come along and do this, so.
Yeah, because if I'd invested 2 years, we'd have been set at 2.1.
Yeah, but we thought we were gonna be needing more of that money now, so we couldn't have all of that.
Taxes for the future.
You probably noticed, or I'm sure you did, but in the bills that were approved today was our interest payment on the bond that's due. Technically, the due date is July 1st, but on all these bonds, you have to send them to the state treasurer. If you're doing it by check, they want the check in their hands 20 days ahead of time. So we needed to get it in this pay in order to get it in the mail and get it to the state by June 10th, so they'll have it 20 days before July 1st. So that's, even where I was talking about, if we could make an extra payment this year, we're scheduled to make another interest payment on January 1st of next year, due date, so we will be sending it about the 1st of December to get it there in time, and that would be when I was looking at making some extra principal payment. If we find a way we can do that. Doesn't look like it's probably gonna happen now, but.
Administratively, right? Administratively, is
Yeah,
not.
financially, we could do it. It's whether or not we're allowed to on the bonds.
And then, did you talk about the 10%?
Not yet. I have that on my list here too. We did talk about opening the north door of the courthouse, and as the Board of Health, they were okay with that. So I think we need to put a hand sanitizer at that in the building too, even if it's just pump time, but something out there. And we'll probably need some more signage on that door, but, go ahead and open up a little farther. Do you wanna get 10% while you're here too? We're talking about the 10% hazard pay. And also, along with that, the overtime to contract employees that was approved sometime back, actually before the 10%.
When's the expiration on that? Has it come up already?
The 10%, the payroll that is being paid this week would be the 4th one, so that is basically 2 months.
Yeah.
Which was the time period you put that one in for to begin with. My office would suggest going back to regular pay at this point.
Right.
And making that effective yesterday, because that was the first day of the new pay period. And then the other issue with that is the extra overtime pay for contract employees that typically don't get overtime, for exempt contract employees that were. And again, my office would suggest going back to normal pay on them effective yesterday. Janet, you have comments on either one of those?
I
or-
agree.
We just
So
say-
with what we voted on though, do we need a motion? Because it expired in 60 days, didn't it? Or is that,
Didn't we build in an expiration?
we did 60 days? If not, then I'll make a motion that we do that.
60 unless changed, and we may be a few days short of the 60 with this pay period. at this
Okay.
point.
So let's, how do you want it to read?
Do we need to go back up with ours too, since we made a motion to?
Well, it'll all return back, yeah, right?
I think, and stop me, Gary, if you don't agree, but if we just had a motion that effective yesterday, which is the beginning of a new pay period, to go back to normal pay policies for all employees, would that cover it?
Okay, that's my motion.
Second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Problem solved.
Okay,
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
While we're on the jail,
They say.
Kevin, we never asked you if you had any, it affects you a lot. It affects everybody, but it affects you a lot too. Is there anything you want to add? I mean, is this the jail project? I mean, is there anything we need to,
No, when you guys were in executive session, I reviewed your letter in regard to the jail, and I found it, I think it's entirely appropriate. I think you guys are addressing it as well as you can at this point, and I don't see any issue with it. The only other thing that we probably haven't talked a lot about in regard to the facility itself is, I think there's an expectation for revenue. And until, we get 20 or 30 years down the road and filling that up with only Linn County inmates, I think that revenue will be a factor, and we will be awarded for what we've built. And I think that, on some of this stuff when we're talking about going with different types of cells in the facility, I think we have to be really careful because what if dormitories aren't received, let's say by an entity such as the Kansas Department of Corrections, and we are limiting ourselves with revenue in that project. So I think what you guys are doing to look at redesigning some of this, I think it's totally appropriate. I think we've seen some of our community reach out and talk about doing just that. And, I think that's a hard decision to make, and I think it's going to drag the project out a little bit longer, but I also think that, maybe in the end we might get a better product. So I really appreciate the commission having, having made that decision. I know it was hard and probably not popular with some, but yet I think it might make us a little bit more effective in the end. So, we just want to see the right thing built for our community, and that's safe for our staff to work in, that's safe for our prisoner population, and that's just overall effective for us. So I really don't have anything else to add, and I just appreciate you guys' work on this. And I know there's, some decisions that were made there that are probably unpopular with some, but popular with others. And I feel like you guys are really looking at this project, taking it to heart, and understanding what our community's requesting and asking for. And I think that's, I think it'll, it'll be an advancement for us in the end. So I understand where you're at, and I appreciate your decisions.
No, I thank you for the comments, but when Mike and I and Vicki at the time started this project, and we got all the committees together, and we went through this whole project, and we promised the people of Linn County that we weren't going to go over our budget, and so we stopped, and we tried to, ask for rebids on certain portions of it, and we had no success with that. So we're going to stop and find out some redesign and some rebidding, and I don't think there's anybody sitting here that wants to go over that dollar mark, and we've told them that we wouldn't. So we just need to find out the amount of money that we can build with and what we can build with it, and then let the people know this is what we want to build.
Yeah, I think this makes us just that much more transparent in the end. And I know that project costs and stuff may climb up a little bit on us, but I think that you guys are on track with it and still trying to keep it within a time frame where hopefully we won't suffer a lot of that. And we appreciate that because, in our situation right now, we're a little bit over as to where we ought to be in population in the jail. And but we're trying to save those dollars that are going outside of the community. I think in the next few months, we're probably going to see ourselves back at the numbers we were, 4 or 5 months ago. And it's going to be hard, and, we don't want to drag the project out any longer, but I think this commission has, made it a priority to try to get this try to get this project done to the most effective way that they can, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, sir.
So with us being a,
You have public comment or something?
yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
One quick question with drawings and all this stuff, are we staying with Goldberg, staying with River City, where we on all that?
Yeah, we,
Yeah,
go
we're,
ahead.
we're currently staying with the two that we have and seeing what kind of modifications they could make or adjustments they could make, right, Gary?
So Kevin, you said, you know, you see us going back to normal numbers here in the few months, you know, and, you know, let's be real, we're a few years out on the jail, you know, by, you know, a turnkey project. Is it something with, you know, with safety of the prisoners and stuff like that, is it something that we should look into maybe adding some kind of temporary dorm style, like cells maybe on the east end of the jail there? Or, I mean, are we gonna spend more money out of county, you know, with?
Well, you know, in the last couple of years, there have been expenditures out of the county for out-of-county housing, and those expenditures at times, you know, in our budget, we have $340,000 in budget per year for out-of-county expenses. And, you know, through COVID, we've saved a little bit of those funds because for the last couple of months, we've only averaged probably 4 prisoners per day housed outside of Linn County. There are some options out there for, you know, temporary jail settings when it comes to, they have a pre-manufactured thing that they could bring in or something. And those are some things that we're currently doing some research on, because knowing what we will spend in out-of-county housing, there's a probability that something like that could be equal to or even save us money, possibly. And we're not done with research on that by any means, and that's still something we're looking at because we understand that we are a couple years out. But that might be a system that, you know, once we were done with it at the current facility, that could resell at a date,
Right.
you know, because it's a temporary movable structure. And we're just trying to find something that would maybe fit our facility well and not take away from the aesthetics of the courthouse lawn and things like that. So that is something that we're looking at, and that's something that we're researching to see if there would be an available option where we could maybe break even or save out-of-county housing dollars. I know that past sheriffs have looked at these situations as well, and sometimes they, you know, those just, it's not proven to save dollars, but if we could find a structure or a product that we could save dollars with, that would be something that we'd be, of course, very willing to look at and try to save a little bit of those budget dollars. But, you know, going forward, I think that we're gonna, in the next few months, I mean, if we just look at our last month in arrests, I mean, we've been at a little bit more limited enforcement due to all the situations that's going on. And quite frankly, a lot more people were staying at home and weren't having trouble. A lot of people, you know, they weren't out doing things that we generally do, or, you know, we haven't seen as much uprise in the criminal population in the county because of those issues. So I think that, you know, we'll do some research on this, see if we can't keep more people at home and try to reduce that out-of-county expense, because, you know, I just think it would be an advantage to our community, and we are still 2 years away maybe before we even realize the opening of the new facility, or, you know, the completion of that, and then maybe a few more months after that before we do see it open. So I think it could be an advantage for the county, maybe save some dollars, and I think it's something that deserves a little bit of research, and we look
I
into
agree.
it.
I agree, yeah.
Any more questions? Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Kevin. In the climate that we were in and the situation we were in, we looked at some even lease purchase or leasing of facilities to bring in to reduce some of our costs. And at the time, it wasn't feasible. It was like, well, this is gonna cost us so much a year, and even if we lease purchased. And that was one of the things that the focus group looked at initially, as you know, because we first started looking at a jail study, and then we looked at the justice centers and other things. But anyway, that was one of the first things that we looked at. And in that climate, I'm not saying it's not worthy of looking at again, it always is, but in that climate, we didn't think it was feasible. So,
There actually may be some numbers that David may have, I don't know if he does or not, from that committee that we did look into it, past sheriff looked into it. And I think there was some information out there on that, so.
yeah, and I think there were some other people involved, maybe a
Right.
set-aside committee or something looked at doing that. I think Vicki might have been involved in helping, trying to evaluate something.
Yeah, so she may be a big help for that. You know who
Anyway,
Vicki is, don't you?
Anyway, yeah.
Anything else?
10-minute legal session. I keep squeezing it down.
I'll make a motion that we go into.
You got two, Jackie too,
Oh,
right?
Jackie, what do you need, 20? Or what do you need?
Well, he may
I had
not
it
need
wrote down,
20,
I
but
thought.
he'll use 20.
I think he just
We
needs.
good? Do I need to,
He wasn't giving it to me.
I will take care of that. I've got to run through the restroom on the way to that, so I think Jackie wanted 15 minutes personnel and.
So 30 minutes?
Okay. Probably work.
That's my motion.
Second, moving second, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
No, we're only gonna make a bathroom break. Take a real coffee, like a 2-year video game. Oh, that's. 10 calls for it. Oh, my You got your thing back on? Camera?
Yes, it is. My computer back working, you said my battery went dead.
We had no action. Is there anything you guys want to add to anything before we talk about maybe some old business or something?
Nope, not me.
Mike?
No.
I know that didn't we run an ad in the newspaper for the District
Position
3?
three,
Yeah.
we did. To
Nothing.
my knowledge, no response, and I'm sure I would have heard that.
I haven't heard from anyone either.
And I actually reached out to the mayors of the community again, and yeah, that's a tough deal. You don't really wanna get somebody that's, you want an independent thinking individual, just to stand in the position, you really want some people that are, their heart right and not motivated to do it for some other reason. Yeah, and it's been vacant for a year, I assume, so.
Gary, don't forget to
So we just kind of keep holding on and waiting, or?
I think the building codes issue is gonna resolve itself, or at least be well on track by the time we get through our comprehensive plan contract, so that's gonna help some there. Obviously, we have the two facility issues, which is the health department, Lacey, ambulance barn, Pleasanton Mill site is very much in the air right now. I actually was also at the area of aging last week, and looking at their facility, and talking to our driver down in here, and our mill is our way up. It's because of the pandemic, and so, anyway, I don't think it's the time to address that until we get a real accounting of what's going on there. And discuss the sewer fees. That's just something that, it's bylaws we need to create for the sewer district. And ours is unique enough, being a sewer district. I think the only thing that's even close to it's the Linn Valley in our area. Bucyrus has the low pressure force mains and like what we've got going on there. But there's several of them in Miami County that have some sewer districts. We might reach to them and see if we can't get some information on that. I would imagine we talked to a gentleman by the name of, I'll get you his contact information, but he would probably give you the bylaws from Miami County and what's going on in Bucyrus. I believe there's 3 of them up there that have different sewer districts that might help us figure that out.
We've got, Linn Valley has a pretty detailed operating ordinance that might cover a lot of technical stuff too.
You know, we get into a pumping situation, which is a lot of the towns gravity, that we have to get pumped, but, you know, it only costs a few $100s to get tied onto that line, but now all of a sudden it's a $5,000 deal for equipment.
Is Hillsdale the same way, or is it not?
I think a lot of it's gravity.
Okay.
Typically a community of gravity into a lift station, and then it gets pushed through a force main, maybe to another gravity into a lagoon or processing facility. And that's what that is. It's a lot of gravity with some municipal, what you would consider municipal pump station, but it also has 3 individual pumps out here because it wasn't feasible to reach them with gravity, so. But I think we just need to get some language in there to protect that district from either application. But I think it's time to go out and reach out there and see if we can't put together something. It won't be perfect, and maybe then we can revise it from there.
We have, next week should be the road vacation hearing, also from the one published.
Yeah.
And I've not heard from anyone involved with that property at this point.
We did.
We did.
For one of the folks that's involved in it. I think he plans to be on the hearing, but I think he's in favor
He's supportive, yeah.
of the vacation, and the other people are really kind of unaffected by it, so I don't anticipate them to show up, but they're welcome to, obviously, is what it's about. And, but anyway, that's 2250 heirs.
Yes. Western.
Yeah.
Eastern area.
Yeah.
I have one more thing to add. While you guys were in there, KDOT showed up, and on that board, they're gonna be closing 31 Highway down next Monday for the day. I gave that to Jackie where she could print it. It's on 31 between Ferris and Linn. They got 2, just like what we did, they have 2 culverts failed, and they're closing the road for the day.
That's over just a couple
did see a lot of approaches and things. It seemed like they took on a lot of settlement this year. You would have thought maybe 2 consecutive wet years, I don't know, but it's, have we had any flooding issues or any things that didn't get over 1095, we didn't close it down either? Wow. Okay.
One last thing that I do want to talk about, that I keep getting a lot of people talking to me about is the museums, with the historic board and all that. Is that something that we do want to, you've heard what her fight is about, Ola May, and stuff like that, she's getting a little older. What are we wanting to do there as far as, do we need to get something in writing of what we're going to do? Do we want to make it where each museum will get their own funds? We write a check to each one of them?
Well, the relationship we've had up to this point is between the county and the Linn County Historical Society. It's never been with a specific museum. Ola May's been the head of that for I don't know how long, as long as I can remember, I've been involved with it. They are supposed to have voting members from each historical society on a board that meets. I don't know how often, whether they actually meet or not, I don't know whether they're getting to vote, but they should be. But that's always the relationship we've had. If you three want to change that, I don't think there's anything that says we couldn't issue those payments directly to other museums or societies. But I think we need to know exactly how much they were getting, and then I'm afraid you're gonna be bombarded with requests from every corner of the county, and each one wants more for them and less for somebody else.
I'm thinking about starting a museum.
It's a lot cleaner for us the way we do it. I think you're gonna get a lot of requests from all over the place if you.
Well, is there a way that we can make restrictions on, well, I guess you can't restrict their funds, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the way it is now, once we send that check out, we're done. I mean, it's up to them to split it up. Now, they should be having meetings themselves as their board on how they do that.
But to take that down to the library path, and so, we don't want to get into the business, that's really what a very good example was, because that tax is
They
collected.
have their separate tax.
And they do have the ability to control their finance structure. I was gonna say something about a fire tax. We've learned historically, and there was times when I wasn't here even, but like on the fire board, believe me, that 7-person fire board, not only is a thankless task, but that's a necessary task for us, because the commissioners have been in a position where they've just been bombarded by 50, 60, 70, 80 volunteers, and all the decisions were or a planning and zoning or an economic development, with the reason you have these committees out there, and they feel like 1 or 2 of 5 or 6 or 7 groups feel like they have a valid complaint. They need to go to that meeting and restructure it, and get a presence there to restructure it. I think what they're all doing is noble, and what their intentions is pure. They're trying to restore our history, and I think it's great. I appreciate everything every one of them does. Some of them done more than others. They got to get that worked out internally.
And there are a lot of different little groups around the county that are part of that historic society with their own. And I can tell you right now, I'm only hearing from one of those locations. I'm hearing from 2 or 3 of the people at that location, but I have not heard a word from any of the rest of them. Now, whether they feel the same way or not, I don't know, and after saying that in the meeting today, I may get 14 phone calls this afternoon.
So do we need something in writing, or I'm sure we already do, right?
Well, my position as commissioner is this, if I hear from one entity, this is the way this is structured, and this is the way it works, you need to go to the meeting, you need to get that resolved in your meeting, and if you don't like that, then you need to probably lobby with the other groups that are helping control that meeting and see what you can get accomplished. But as far as applying martial law or whatever, jumping into the middle
Right,
of every
right.
time somebody gets into a disagreement in one of these boards. I think we need to give them an opportunity to work through it. That's what I think.
I think one of their biggest things is that is there not writing on, I mean, I know we don't give a certain amount of funds to each museum, we just give it to the Historic Society, right? I mean, and they're supposed to give it to each museum.
And they have a formula where they work up how each one gets so many shares or partial shares, and I really don't know how they base that to start with. I have seen their list, and but I mean, there's a bunch of them on there, and it gets down to like, and this is purely an example, but say it was Mound City gets 3 shares, and Grading Post gets 2 shares, and somebody else gets a half a share.
So they
How
really,
they determine those amounts, I don't know.
they just need to get to the historic board meeting and they need to get it all resolved and.
I think that's what they should start.
You know, a lot of times as commissioner, you may actually get involved in your municipality. We may have very little control, but you might get involved in a meeting or a conflict or something like that to help resolve it, but you know, I mean, you really don't have a lot of control, and that's the way I feel about this right now. We don't have a lot of control, we're just help try to facilitate a resolution.
And here's another thought to go with that on control. This is something that came up years ago with a township, which we really have no control over at all. They are their own taxing entity, we collect their tax money and send it out. But we were having an issue because of, and I'm not gonna name which township, but people who were on that township board basically hiring themselves or relatives to mow the cemeteries and paying a fortune to do it and not taking bids. And the commission kind of put the pressure on that township of, you gotta go out for bids, you're a public tax entity, you can't do this without bids. And they did, and it saved that township and those taxpayers a lot of money over the years. And they ended up with different people mowing their cemeteries for a half or less of the cost. I don't know in that case that we really had anything to back the pressure we put on them, because they're their own taxing entity. This historical society really is not a taxing entity, it is, the county is taxing and then giving them some money. There probably could be some pressure from the commission if you wanna go down that road to whoever all the officers are in charge, to have a meeting and sort this out and work out a feasible plan for yourselves, or maybe we don't give you the money, I mean, for whatever your conditions are.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of along the lines I was thinking
I
was.
still think they need to work out their plans, but you could probably twist them a little bit to get that in motion if you need to.
Just updating information on the board meeting, if they're having one, you know.
I think that'd be great, yeah, just.
You know. But the same issue came up when and you'll find it, a lot of issues come up when you're brand new, first come in the door, everybody hits you with it. And that issue came up, and I think Mike and Vicky and Herb had just give them an increase a year before that, or a couple of years before that, to what it is. And they were unhappy because one district got more than the other one. So they were unhappy about it. And they did that by shares, and the way it was explained to me, it makes a lot of sense. Just have the person that's in charge of the Linn County Historical Society be the person that distributes the money after they have their meetings. And if they have their say, they can do it at those meetings, and be quieted back down after that. And I think they did, because Ola may have given them a little bit more money or hadn't paid them yet.
Or maybe just justified why this is that. Now, Pleasanton, Lacine has a pretty active historic program working. So does
Very close.
or Trading Post, yeah.
Very active.
And anyway, and as that changes and evolves, those numbers don't typically, I'm guessing what's going on, they don't get modified, all right? Now you've got some folks at Parker, you'll have a hard time finding the museum open. If you want to come through town on a trip and call the curator or whoever the point person, they go down there and they volunteer their time and their services, and they make that happen for you. But as far as, it's like a couple days a month on Saturday till noon that are open. And you know what, I'll bet those days rarely does anybody go through there, but they make themselves available. Now, it's different at Trading Post, and it's different at Pleasanton. I mean, they have a very active, I've got several active programs. Lacine's got the young historian. I mean, it tickles me that we got young people involved in that program. They got a little different taxing situation because of the power plant in that district. And so they have some funds to make some programs that kind of work with the library. And I think Janet Reynolds is doing a great job. I think Ola May is doing a great job. But those things, those needs, they change. Parker's, I mean, I said I'm a member of their, lifetime member of their board up there, you know, I think it cost me $20, should be, or, I don't know, it was something, not a lot of money. And, anyway, I said, hey, I can donate, I can help. A while back, when the county tore that building up, we hauled a bunch of dirt over there for them and donated and spread it out. A lot of things like you do in the community and are able to do. And, so they have like a $2,000 allotment, or I don't even know what it is, but it just barely covers the propane and the electric bill and their insurance and, you know, the water that they keep on for the bathroom. I mean, it just not much more than covers that. And they have a project that's just like, oh my, and they've got, a lot of the communities are like that. Their taxing structure just doesn't afford them to be able to collect reserve much money for a project.
Do you think it would be possible to reach out to Historic Society, the main one, and ask them to maybe come in once a month, or maybe give us a piece of paper once a month that talks about, you know, try to get the museums involved back to the community more and let people know, since we're on media, you know, let people know what's going to be happening around the museums. You guys think that'd be a good idea?
If you get somebody come in and give a report from the community, we get cemetery board reports, we get township board reports, and you know, I mean,
I'd like to have somebody come in, but if not, just give us a piece of paper of, you know, what's maybe going on around the museums, what needs fixed. We can ask people to volunteer.
I'm sure probably Pleasanton and Lacine would gladly do it. Or at least give
6 or 7 of these different facilities. Is that right?
Maybe we reach out to Historic Society and have everybody report to them, and then they report to us, so we only have to deal with one person.
Even if it was a written report, you know.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, you know, and if they're looking for somebody to move gravel, we could ask the community, hey, you know, if anybody's interested in helping so-and-so move gravel, you know, reach out to this person. I think that'd be a way to help get the county involved back with the museums, because you're right, I mean, there's not a whole lot of activity, you know. I don't know, it's just thought. Seeger.
Well, and I'm not gonna denounce that thought, because I really think it's something we need to breathe some life into, because you go to these meetings and these people are stand-up, they help develop these facilities, and they're aging. Like a lot of our committees and people that are there, they're aging rapidly. Like there's several of them on that board, Parker, they're late 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
and passing away. And yeah, I'd love to see some interest. The reason I said Lacine, they've got a young historian, they've got a lot of people in there involved, they know where their museum is, and, you know.
And maybe help
It's a good group.
bring everybody together and just kind of, we can give the community, you know, I don't know, I'll reach out to, well, who's the president of the Historic Society?
With the full county, I think it's Ola May.
Is it Ola May?
I
Okay.
believe so. And that's who we send the money to. She's the one that comes in and signs the voucher for it. And then she distributes it out to the others. And like I say, once we send it, that's the last I see of it. So I don't know how her process works when she sends it out. I know there have been times when one or two of the others have contacted me wondering when they're gonna get their money, and I tell them, well, I sent it a month ago or whatever, or we don't have it yet.
But, you know, and I think that could be a way to get everybody to go to one person.
If they would communicate better with each other and meet as a group, I think they could solve a lot of their own problems.
And it sounds like they did, because this is the first time I've heard about it in about 4 or 5 years. I mean, I know they went through a process. Trading Post, for example, Mary, that used to run that, had issues with the amount of money she was receiving. But it kind of went away after Ola May and her talked. And then there was
a
no,
big long post on Facebook with your phone number on it here the other day.
oh yeah?
There was.
Let's assume there's 6 of those facilities, and I believe that's pretty close to being accurate. And at one time, they were receiving $24,000. You think, well, each one of them, in fairness, is getting $4,000. Well, no. If one of them is open multiple days a week, and it's twice as much facility and uses more gas, more electric, and water, or something like that, that's making that more available to the community, so they get a bigger share. And they've got a formula, and somebody that's only open 2 partial days a week, they get a lesser percentage of that, so, the smaller facilities. And I think we actually increased that $24,000 budget to 40.
Yeah, we're at 40 now.
And, which you think, wow, well, you divide that 6 ways, 14, that's an extra couple, that allowed them to not only just keep the heat and the lights on, but to actually
Paint or whatever.
fix a leak in the roof and put the gutter back on and, do a few
I
things.
think it may be like maybe 6 major parts of it, but there's some smaller entities that get little parts too, so it is getting split more ways than that.
And it's really kind of emphasizing my point, it's not just a simple divide it 6 ways.
Yeah.
They're doing the best they can. Does it need to be updated and relooked at? Probably, but I'd like to see them do that internally before.
Well, if it's all right with you guys, I know, if it's all right with you guys, I'd like to meet with, Ola May and kind of tell her, what we think and, that we don't want really involved. We'd rather deal with one person. Then maybe she can reach out to all the organizations, and then maybe I can come to one of their board meetings or something
And I'm sure that there's probably some communications that
Could
need to
go
get
on,
done.
And there's been some new directors or whatever they call them, museum coordinators or whatever they're called.
Oh, yeah, curators.
That's taken over those museums like Trading Post, for example, and somewhere else. So, that's something to remind them of too. So yeah, I'm all for it.
and, okay.
I love your energy, brother, is what I'm saying. I love your energy.
Well, we got anything else?
I do not.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you can't second anything, because then I automatically say.
Come on.